That's crazy. Two years ago means the shiny hunt I did for Slowpoke was 2 years ago. Shaking and crying. Okay, these are probably gonna fall off, but... Shiny Galarian Slowpoke is gold. Wait, I don't know if that's what you asked. Hold on. I don't know normal Slowpoke shiny. I don't know what he is. I don't think I've ever observed that. Yeah, so the Piss Gunblin, his name's... So, oh my god, my nail already fell off as I just put them all on. His name's Piss Gunblin. No, Piss Goblin, but the emote is Piss Gunblin. Because in Pokemon, we named him Piss Goblin, because he looks like pee. That's an archive. We're gonna revisit him hopefully soon. Oh no, we can't, because the remakes aren't gonna have Galarian Slowpoke. Alright, enough of this discussion. Let me take a sip of my drink. Let's get into Luigi's Mansion, shall we? No, not L'Oreal. Mine is Maybelline. Maybelline Fit Me Super Stay Foundation. I hope so too, Maddie. I am manifesting that for you. I am manifesting. See, it looks better without the gloves because you can actually like see my hands. Like, my boobies. Oh no, my thing isn't. Oh, that's why. Sorry. There we go. Here we go. Luigi. LGBT stands for Luigi's got big titties. Just putting that out there. I got big titties today too. You can't see anything, can you?
Hello?
Hello?
Hmm?
If there are hair on my tits, it's because the fur coat. If you know, you know. Oh! Yes, this is the first one. Oh my god, please. I'm trying not to have a boobie slip. Hold on. Just gonna bring out my mirror to keep an eye on them. To keep an eye on these puppies. One second. They need to be watched. I mean, yeah. It's because there's padding in this bra, and I do not need a padded bra. I wish I had, like, tape. Yeah, these puppies, these boys need to be watched. These puppies. People that call their boobs puppies send me so far. I'm so nervous they're gonna pop out. Okay, we're fine. Wow, 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 wow. Wow, 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 wow.
Mario.
I got a key. I don't think you understand the anxiety of my boobs. Out of context. The anxiety that my boobs are gonna fall out. Please. The anxiety of my boobs. I need to like text my mom. Hold on. Mom! Can you come adjust my bra? Can you come downstairs? Okay, there we go. Hi, Egg. What? I need my mom to tighten my bra, I think. Okay, we got you. Oh, hey, EGOD. Oh! Oh. So I haven't played this game in like over 2 decades. Like it's been like 20 years since I've last played this. I don't know when. I'm being dramatic, but it's been a while. I mean, honestly, like Luigi's Mansion still holds up. It's still like an iconic, like, I feel like Luigi's Mansion is better than any Mario game, but that's just my opinion. The music, I shake my ass. Oh, I should be reading this, right? Why, these cozy quarters are where I do my ghost studying. Professor EGOD's Ghost Research Laboratory. The lab of shortening, whatever. You won this mansion in a contest, didn't you? You didn't even enter. Sounds pretty fishy to me. So, you believe the mansion actually exists, then I've been living here, so since I was a lad. I'm like reading all of this wrong, like I can't read. Can you tell? Since I was a lad of 20 or so. Oh, it's just written weird. And I'll tell you, the mansion appeared just a few days ago. I don't know if it's a dream or illusion or what at all. Surely wouldn't be too happy of winning a haunted house. Now that I get to look at... I can't read. Hi, Red. How are you doing? Yeah, you guys just on Grindr. I have a lot of energy drinks in my fridge. I don't even have like groceries, it's just energy drinks and bagels. That's it.
Yes.
I want to play standard. The Poltergust 3000. It can suck all kind of things up. Oh my. Oh. I almost did it. Oh, I messed up. I know. I'm just not good at this game. Stop. Got you. Oh my god! I got 3. You could do better. Okay, well listen. I have a lot of other things to worry about. Oh, waves. Goodbye. Can we have the discussion? Do we think Luigi's a top or a bottom? I'm in my office, Ma. Yeah, come in here. I'm streaming right now. Yeah, I need you to adjust my bra because my boobs are really big. I'm on the live stream.
On stream,
You can say hi. No. We're gonna go off the camera.
Like, what are we doing?
Hold on. Oh, I just broke a nail. Hold on.
Like, what do I do?
Okay. I just need you to, because you know how a bra works. I just need you to like tighten it, because do you see how it's like this? And so my boobs don't fall out.
Sweat.
Yeah, I'm sweating.
And it makes your boobs sweaty.
Oh, perfect. I really felt like they were gonna fall out. I was gonna splash the street. Perfect.
Good.
My giant breasts.
Alright, I need my thing. Can I just wave at everybody?
Yeah, you can say hi. Oh, streamer mama says. Hi, welcome to the network. Use code Nemesis.
Yep. Ordering Chinese food. Did you want to try salt and pepper shrimp?
Sure. All right, we're good. A lot better. Yes. You know how a bra works. Well, they are secured. They are a lot better than they were. Bye, Marshall. Be back soon. Oh my god. Oh, wow, wow. Yes, now I'm not worried. We can enjoy the stream. Not my mom being like, your boobs look sweaty. Oh. Oh, jeez. Wow. Did I spill or what? I lost both my thumbnails, but I need them to play, so it's fine. Okay, let's go, Luigi. What's wrong with Toad? Oh my Jesus. Mommy, sorry. Mommy, well, my mom was just on the stream. Mom, Mama sis, sorry. Mama sis, sorry. I should be reading this, but I'm really not. I didn't see Mario anywhere. I kind of freaked out a little. I don't know what to do. It's been awful. Please, you have to help me find Mario. Yeah, back to the conversation. Do we think Luigi's a top or a bottom? Let's get into it. I think...
Yes.
We have 2 votes for top. The way he runs. Oh, 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 oh. We have 1 vote for bottom, 2 votes for bottom, 3 votes for bottom. I feel like he's a bottom, but he's not a very good bottom. Like, when Luigi, like, takes it, he's like... I don't know how to talk like Luigi. Like, no! Stop! It hurts! Oh! Like, yelling and screaming like he's in another Luigi's Mansion. It's like a ride. Wow. It's like a horror ride. Wow. Why are all of you saying I and question marks? Y'all know I'm right.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
What?
Oh yeah.
Look at him hump the table.
Yeah.
Oh. Yes, exactly, Zeno. See, Zeno gets me. Oh, money, honey. Yes, literally exactly Gray.
Mario.
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 First time viewer. Oh my god, that's the new addition to Twitch. First time chat. Welcome in. Luigi is a pillow princess for sure. I like that it done that like notification and then that's your first message. That's iconic.
Mario.
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 So true. Wait, is that Greg? Uh-oh.
Mario.
Greg! I haven't seen you in forever. Oh my god, I hope you're doing well, babe. I hope you're doing amazing.
Mario.
Well, this is all I can do for you, but... Oh, he's just a save point. Okay, gotcha. What if I just died there? Is that a game over? Do you die? I had to verify my account for that very important message. Thank you for doing that, I appreciate it. Just because right now there's a lot of hate towards certain streamers, so I appreciate you taking the extra steps. I've been peeking in. I can't believe. I literally I was like shocked to see you. I hope you're doing amazing. What are you up to lately? What's been going on? Hey, Boo, looking beautiful today. Thank you so much, Jones. How are you doing? Can you tell I haven't played this game in forever that I just like don't know what to do already? Wait. Just kidding.
Mario.
In the mirror. Oh, yes. I just got a job. I got promoted to a very important position at an arcade. Thank you. I was one of the managers, but then I just got moved up to the higher up. So now I get to like call the shots and like get to do the cool stuff. So very excited about that. Yeah, I had my first meeting about it on Thursday. Who put out my candles? You, Mr. Lime Green? Well, dark rooms are very dangerous around here, yes. They love the dark, and now they will get you. Blue ha. Now you're in for it. Blah. Just like the little red cap before you. May you wander lost in the darkness forever. Woo! Are you afraid of the dark? Here they are now. Not really if I can just kill them. If I can turn off my light. Come out, bitches. Thank you so much. I get to have a nice, I think I'm gonna have to get a work computer. So all subscriptions and everything are appreciated. What did I say? All subscriptions are appreciated. If I said something else, I'm so sorry. Definitely lots of work I have to put into the arcade because it's very, like I would show y'all, like I would love to do like a welcome to the arcade like YouTube video or something, like that'd be pretty cool. But it's not good. It needs work. My favorite Mario character, definitely Birdo. Trans icon, legend, love her. Even before I knew she was trans, I would always just loved her. I think she's underrepresented in the Mario series. She needs to be in more games. I want her own game.
Mario.
I mean, like the inside of it, Mia. I wouldn't like go to like the actual place. What is it? Arcade shot caller, that's me. They didn't know I was 22 till the other day. They were like, wait, you're 22? I was like, yes. How hard is it to know that? First of all, just ask me a question. Second of all, you hired me. What do you mean? No, exactly. Her and Poison from Street Fighter are my, like, trans, no words. You can see I'm getting choked up because I love them so much. I buy the Birdo vibrator and decorate it so it looks like Birdo. I like paint eyes on it and put a bow on it. Can you get 2 at a time? Thanks for hanging, Arrow. Look at all this money, honey. Sorry, his little idle animation is really cute. A little whistling. I'm more of a Luigi girl. If I had to go for Mario or Luigi, I'd go for Luigi. But if it was all of the boys, it'd be Wario. My order of the Mario brothers and the Evil brothers would be, like, if I had to, like, date or marry one of them, it would be like this. It'd be Wario's first, then Luigi's second, Mario's third, Waluigi last. Sorry. Waluigi looks exactly like one of my ex-boyfriends. I can't do it ever again.
Mario.
Oh yeah, Bowser too. I would be Mrs. Bowser. Why isn't there? I want a Mrs. Bowser. I know, like, obviously because, like, Peach, but, like, that'd be a serve. Like, if they had, like, a Mrs. Bowser in one game and, like, her and Peach had a feud. Okay, what the hell, Nintendo? Hire me. If it was, like, Peach and Mrs. Bowser, like, jealousy rival, like, kind of thing. That would be a serve. I mean, come on now. I'm just writing it. Well, Toad and Toadette are non-binary legends. They're canonically non-binary legends. Yes! See, that would be such a serve. Would it not? Like, I feel like that'd be so cool. There's something so charming about this game. This game is so old. Not like so old, but it's like, I think it has 10 years on it. Mine too! Yep, for the DS. I know exactly the game you're talking about, Ashniko. Oh, that's a bad mushroom. I thought it was good. It was literally a poison mushroom when I walked into it. My dumbass, I'm sorry. Yes! Like, come on! See, we're just good writers. Nintendo, come on now. I'm trying to sit in a way so I look good, but, yeah. What I can do today, I can uncrop this. Oh wait, no, it's not gonna matter. Wait, I think it's gonna matter. Hold on. I can uncrop on that side a little so you can see. Daisy needs her own game, yeah, for sure. Definitely. Let's go. Oh my god, that Mario Kart map? Yep. I thought that was like gonna be a, when I was little, I was like, oh my god, does this mean they're gonna have a Daisy game soon? Never happened. I was plaqued. Oh, why are you crying? Luigi, yes, Luigi. Lucky that you found me. I feel so much better now. Please, please, please save Mario. I looked everywhere and I can't find him. Where is he? Oh, look, he's so happy. He's like, this game is so charming. Like, Luigi, like, humming the theme song. The music in this game is really good. Like, this game was so good. It's something that I think the other, like, Luigi's Mansion and Luigi's Mansion 2 and 3, I don't think can hold anything to this. 3 was good. 2 was terrible. 3 was eh. But this one is, like, obviously the best. Like, the sequels usually always suck.
Mario.
I knew you were gonna go feral for this look, because it's Disney. Oh, I'm gone. No cam stream? Can you imagine I get in full drag to do a no cam? Sorry, I had to adjust my puppies. Get it? Puppies? Because, like, Cruella. No Delta Chair Heart. Just broke another nail. God damn it. Luigi's like, girl, can you fucking hurry up? I feel bad every time I have to stop playing the game to like adjust myself and like fix things in drag, but like I'm literally sitting here in full drag. Like, you have to give me some slack. Oh.
Luigi.
Luigi! Luigi! Thank you, house. Press the X button to search for its heart for clues. The Game Boy? The way this just dated this game. Not EGAD being the top, please. What? I thought instead of can that said come, and I went, excuse me? I haven't seen the new Cruella movie. I probably should. It's good. Well, I like just canceled like all of my subscriptions because I was tired of like just literally everything draining my account. And I'm like, okay, can we calm down? I was done.
Mario.
I would wake up and it would be like, this went through, and I'm like, okay. Like, I had, what, HBO Max, I had Paramount, I had Nintendo Switch Online, I had Fortnite Battle Pass, whatever. I was like, oh my god, I'm done. Me too, I want a Game Boy horror. I miss my Game Boy. I'm so sad, like, my family was so poor that we had to have, like, yard sales and just, like, sell, like, all of our stuff. Like, it makes me sad. I sold all my Bratz dolls when I was a kid. They're having... I'm not saying Christmas is coming, but they're selling the Bratz dolls again. They're doing a remake. So... I'm not saying anything. But if you want to get me a Christmas gift, baby... Oh! The tiny rat on the ground. I start twitching. Yeah, Serena fell asleep. It was so bad. Not like that Serena fell asleep, but like it took them forever. What is this gentleman ghost? He kind of looks like that one dad from that one show with the big nose. Nigel Thornberry. Yep. I never watched that show when I was a kid. I only watched a couple episodes, but it did scare me. I was like, why are they so scary? And they were always so loud. Like that kid. That one kid with like the crazy hair. Like he was always so loud and scared me. I was like, please. I fell for it again. But it was the same door and I just fell for it again. Okay. I will say, I will not tolerate any slander except for a certain contestant that is, you know, we know. But they're like making good TV. Like there's a contestant that I can tell is there to make good TV and they're making good TV. And I don't. It's not, let's not send hate. Like they're doing a good job at making it a good season. I mean, like, quite literally, it was really scary. That and Mr. Meaty scared me. And I didn't watch Courage because that scared me, but, you know, I feel like that was the case for a lot of people. Am I supposed to be like, watch out? Oh, I know what I have to do. I giggle. Oh. I guess I don't have to do that. Dragula's doing a good job. And I also will say, all of the rumors about the season are fake. So there's nothing that's true out there that's real. there were rumors about the elimination order and like who wins challenges and stuff, and they weren't true for the first episode, so nothing is real. So this season should be fun.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
I did it! The mystery book helped me. I solved the mystery. Oh my god, are these Kokomi pearls? Can I use them in Genshin?
Mario. Oh yeah.
Yeah, it was a lot. The openings for the seasons usually take forever, but it definitely felt really long. It's like, jeez. Especially because it was already late, so the whole, like, intro being super long, I was like, okay. I don't know, it's like literally just like a YouTube video. You upload it to the website and then push, like, you upload an MP4 file. It's not like this video is going on live TV. It's getting uploaded to a website at a certain time. Like, I don't understand, like, I'm not a person to be like, I don't know what happens behind the scenes, but like, it was like, really? Yeah, people were at viewing parties, like, I was like, girl. Like, really, how long, like, how hard is it? Yeah, people were mad at the viewing parties, I heard. Like, the people in LA. Oh, this ghost? Serve. Look at her. I don't want to kill her. She's just me. She is so me. Why do we have to kill her? I don't want to kill her. Or brushing this wig. Oh my god, wait, the idle animation? I'm not even hitting the controller, but every time Luigi moves all the way around, it actually detects him as looking at her. That's kind of crazy. This game was really ahead of its time. Go ahead. There's something outside. Oh, she's gonna be blocked. Oh dear, such a draft. Oh, I know she's mad. She's like, stop. Get pranked.
Oh yeah. Mario.
Mario. Oh, oh, oh. That's a lot of fucking money. She's so plucked. She's done. Look at her.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah.
This poor ghost. Just wanting to be dead in peace, and like, Luigi's just wrecking her. What do you want, lady?
Mario.
Thank you to G doll. Yeah, who does the ghost call to get rid of me? I don't know. Oh! Got you. I don't know how I did it, but I did it. Don't hit the poison mushroom, don't hit the poison mushroom, don't hit the poison mushroom. Oh, she was at 2 health. Got you. Hee.
Mario.
Mario!
Mario.
Mario!
Mario.
Okay, the mirror physics in this game, when some games, like, nowadays can't even do this. Like, GTA is shaking. Look at perfect mirror graphics.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah.
Luigi's humping the table, I guess.
Mario. Oh yeah.
Oh! That wasn't me. No, but I want to watch it. I heard there's like a lot of like gay stuff in it. They're like, Chucky says gay rights or something, and then he talks about his queer kid or something. Iconic. Oh no, is this the baby room? I don't want no baby. Here we go. Baby boss. The boss baby. It's the boss baby. It's the boss baby. Take this and throw it at the kid. Wake up, baby. Oh, I think I know what we have to do. Dang it, I missed. I want to watch it. How many episodes are out? What is it on? What can you watch it on? Oh, come on, I got it.
Mario. Oh yeah.
Wake up, baby. Wake up.
Oh yeah.
This is me as a parent. Wake the fuck up!
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Listen here, you little bitch. If you don't get up, I'm not taking you to kindergarten. You're never gonna see your friends ever again.
Oh yeah.
Wake up! Wake up!
Oh yeah.
No graham crackers for you. Trying to aim this fucking bouncy ball is so annoying. Oh, good morning. No, not really at all, actually. Oh my. Haha. You gave me an owie. I hate grown-ups. I've had enough. Small, now grow smaller. Goo goo gaga. Oh. What was that? Oh, shut the baby up. If I hear another baby cry, I'm gonna smoke a cigarette. I do it. Anyways. It's the boss baby! Doll, thank you so much for 2 months. Thank you for using your Prime on me. Oh! Enjoy your emotes. Can we get some hype in chat? Oh my god. Oh. Baby I Ariana Grande, please. Girl, stop rattling. Oh. Sorry. That's not funny. The way you just chuck the ball at it. Oh, I'm running. Stop. That's what I hear when an actual baby cries. Like that. Oh! Yeah, this also implies that this baby is literally dead. Like, how did the baby die? Maybe it's like one of those situations like Edith Finch, how the baby was just neglected and like it died because the mom is always like the ghost mom we killed. She's always like doing her hair and stuff, and the dad was always in his office doing work. Maybe that's what it is. Gay people be like, I'm baby. No, you're 23 years old. You're not baby. Stop rattling! It's actually annoying. Stop. Just this once. I'll give you mommy milkers.
Oh yeah.
Oh, that key's cute. A pink key. I want that to be my house key. That's pretty. Luigi! Luigi, can you hear me? Thank goodness you're okay. I lost contact with you all of a sudden. I was a tad worried. You seem a bit tuckered out after that. Long battle, don't you? Why do you come back to the lab? When you vacuum up a boss ghost, your poltergust gets pretty much full to bursting. Oh? But ho ho ho. I guess you showed that boss ghost who's boss. Nods. Yeah, am I like just this? Did he like have me sleep and like implant a chip in my brain? Like, what is happening? Who else thinks Luigi has a mommy kink? I don't think. I know he does. That's not a thought. That's it. That's canon. Take a gander at this fine piece of work. This machine lets you turn ghosts into paintings. Not only that, it works in reverse too. Mama Luigi! Welcome to the chat, baby. Thank you so much. First time chat. Oh my god. Mama Queen, please. I walk into the work when pregnant. The way the graphics on this game are really good, and this game is like 15 years old. Like, I feel like some games don't age well. This is aged perfect. Like this could have came out yesterday, and I'd be like, yeah. Thanks for your help, Luigi. You're so welcome, bestie. You've caught Area 1. Neville Papperman? Lydia? And Chauncey? Who the fuck named that baby Chauncey? You know what? Nope, I'm not gonna say what I was thinking. Oh, I broke a nail. That was God, saying, don't say horrible things about this child. No, seriously. I have a bunch of... So I said, I don't know if anybody saw my tweet, but for the month of November, we are going to play vintage GameCube Nickelodeon games. So I have those all in my Amazon cart ready for checkout. Very excited to get them. Nickelodeon and Cartoon Network were really like just making a bunch of games in the early like years. And it was really like, they were really good games. They're not terrible. Yeah, we're really just beating the fuck out of these ghosts and like making them into paintings. Wow. I'm trying to get comfy in my chair, excuse me. Also, scientist guy, his name's Egad. Put some respect on it. Why isn't Egad in Mario Kart? Why is he not in any Mario game? Put him in Mario Tennis. I'd play him in Mario Tennis. Okay, I guess I'm not getting comfy, so... It's not in the cards for me. Where will you go, Luigi? Probably back to the mansion. Where else am I gonna go? To Burger King down the road? I don't think so. Picture this. A Nintendo game, but fast food. You play as Luigi, Peach, Mario, or Daisy. And you work a fast food chain. And all of the people coming in are like Goombas, Koopas, Toads. You have to serve them very much Cooking Mama style. Oh, that'd be good.
Hmm?
Call it Mama Mario's Pizzeria. That's a game in itself. I am a great writer, Nintendo. Please hire me.
Hmm.
Where are we going? Let me save. Oh. I want to play Cooking Mama. I missed that game. But the new one had, like, drama. You remember that, like, drama? Karen gameplay, HR problems. Honestly, that'd be fun. Wendy from the Koopa Kids comes in and starts yelling. Hi, Blue, how you doing? I'm doing amazing. Oh my god, oh, whoa. Oh? Oh, we get to go in. Oh, I use my pink key. Cute! Wario stealing from the tip jar. Oh my god, and Waluigi and Wario, they have to, like, you have to defend from them, like, robbing the store. Oh my god. My mind. We're having fun with Luigi's Mansion 1. Because Luigi's Mansion 3, I have trauma with. When we played Luigi's Mansion 3 about 2 years ago on the channel, I did shots for every subscription, and one of my friends gifted like 20 subs, so I was shit-faced. There's still videos of it, you can look for clips. But I looked terrible and I was very drunk. I'm pretty sure I almost passed out. Oh, god damn it. Are you finished? Are you done? You think you're clever, don't you? His nose bouncing. Jiggle physics on his nose. Oh, I want to kiss his nose. I want to bite it. I go, ah, right on his nose. Is this a fetish? No! No! Get it? I made a pun! Where's the ghost? Where are you? Show yourself! Make your presence known. Where are you? Where are you? Where are you?
Oh yeah.
The bug on my tits. And I'm so sorry. Missing my, like, scene, grungy, emo era. I feel like that was my peak. Ah! Get away, this bug is in my face! Oh, I miss them. Falling in Reverse, Sleeping with Sirens, Tonight Alive, Paramore, Mayday Parade. Hailstorm. Bands were, yeah, yeah.
Mario.
I still listen to them too.
Yeah.
Sleeping with Sirens is my favorite out of all of those. Their acoustic album really got me through like 8th grade or whatever it was. Like their acoustic album was so good, and then they would do like hard rock songs. It was so good. Oh. Tonight Alive, like I used to cry listening to their music. I loved bands with strong female leads. I went to every Paramore concert in my area when I was younger. That's what I would spend my money on. Oh, Pretty Reckless, yup. Pretty Reckless is the moment. You can't even say. Taylor Momsen is so hot. Taylor Momsen is literally like why I'm who I am today. She's very much an inspo. Oh, I'm being choked out by a ghost! Oh! Looks like you run into a bit of trouble there. Maybe you need more training. There are some ghosts who will try to grab you. Oh, well I already did that. Why are you calling me late? I did it myself.
Oh yeah.
Oh. It's me. Does anyone know Pretty Reckless? Pretty Reckless, the lead singer of Pretty Reckless, like grunge, like rock group, is in the IRL adaptation of The Grinch. She's Cindy Lou Who. Like the little girl Cindy Lou Who, she grew up and made a rock heavy metal band. And she's like grunge and like, I love her. Please look up Taylor Momsen if you love. Yes, look up Taylor Momsen, Cindy Lou Who, Now and Then. Mia, you're gonna go feral. No, I haven't, Blue. Maybe I've heard a couple songs, because I used to listen to just playlists with music on it, but... Like, if you named, like, a couple songs or something. Yes, Taylor is Cindy! Cindy Lou Who. Her music is so good. Listen to her album. Pretty Reckless, Make Me Wanna Die, or Just Tonight, or Stay Tonight. I think it's Just Tonight. Her music is so good. Just tonight, I'm fine. Oh, Shy Guys! Oh, they're dancing! Look at them go! Oh, I don't know why they have pitchforks, but you know, we're gonna ignore that. Ow! Yeah, me too, Zeno. That was, that, yeah. 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 Oh, I don't want to take off their mask. That's so sad. That is just rude, Luigi. Now you're just being nasty to these ghosts. What? How'd you get your mask back? Come here. Come here. Ow. I mean bestie, I mean breasty, I mean bestie, I mean breasty. Hi, Ava. Oh! Ava breasty. Oh, wait, I'm gonna die in this room. So true me. Okay. Alright. Ooh, a chicken breast. Oh, I eat some chicken breast. Oh! This bug! Get away. This bug wants a piece of my titties. This bug is all up on my tits! Oh! Electric chair for the gay bug. There could be 100 shy guys in a room. I mean, quite literally, there are. Yes, Dylan, thank you for 12 months, 1 year. Can we get some hype in the chat for Dylan? 12 months of being subscribed here, 1 year. Congratulations. Thank you for being a subby for 12 months. Thank you, baby. I know, time literally flies, doesn't it? What was the, do you remember one of the first streams you ever joined? Do you remember what it was? Maybe we can look at some memories. Okay, we got this, we got this, we got this, we got this, we got this. Oh, 2 at a time. Let's go, baby. Ah, Rock Angels, yes. What is that? I missed that game. It's so hard now because since then, DCMA has been so annoying on Twitch. Ugh. Do I dance with the ghost? I dance with you. Oh, look at them dance together. Me and who? I want a tan tan. I want a tan tan. I wanna. Me too, Dylan. We gotta keep them updated. We gotta keep pushing for it. We gotta keep adding them. Because I sent them messages. I don't even know where to send them an email. And like I joined their Twitch stream and it's just like streamers playing. So I'm like, let me go on.
Oh yeah.
I know, let me make a phone call or two. Like, I tried finding their email, but they don't have an official email. You don't need them, they need you. I mean, like, honestly, it would be a fun time because it would... obviously, LGBT inclusion, like trans, non-binary inclusion on their channel. And, like, I would have all Stream Queens behind me. Like, everybody from Stream Queens was so supportive on the original post that I made, tagging them. Like, it's up to y'all, brats. Like, I will do a Twitch stream. I will do every stream, brats, if you want me to. I want to work with you. You are my life. You are my childhood. I would not be who I am today without brats. I know that's the same for a lot of, like, queer people, but, like, when I tell you, I literally got into video games and, like, gender identity from brats. Like, literally from Bratz dolls. Because they were so, just like, the makeup on them and the fashion, and then the video game, you get to make your own, like, makeup on it. Like, I'm not sure who I would be today without that shit. Like, even the way I do my makeup, like the inner corner with the brats and then going up. Please. Like, I don't even know who do we contact? Like, you can't even find their official email. I'm like, please, let me email you, talk to you. Let me talk to you. Let me in. No, like literally though. Oh, there's something on the back wall. I also just want to let it be known that I am sorry to new followers and new viewers. I do not have my follower alerts on because of security reasons, with Twitch not taking the proper steps to support and protect the queer community on their website. So if you're a new viewer, please say hi. Please say something. I would love to like talk with you in the chat. Make sure you're verifying your accounts so you can get into the chat room if you'd like. Or you can just lurk. I don't mind a lurker. I just need to take those steps to make sure I am safe. I'm not using any of the lots of tags anymore because they are directly targeted. So just letting everybody know that that's why I do not have follower alerts on. That's why I do not have, if you do not have your account secure, you can't talk on my chat. I'm sorry, but I would like to remain safe as I possibly can be because a lot of my Stream Queen brothers, sisters, siblings, and creatures have been attacked, and it's horrible. And I really want Twitch to work on it, and I'm trying to understand, but it's unfortunate. Hi, 50, how you doing?
Mario.
What was that? Look at all the boos! I love boos! Look at all of them! I love you. I love boos. Please. AKA straight people ruin everything. I mean, quite literally. I wonder if King Boo... They were hiding in the mansion all along. Thanks for flushing them out, Luigi. I'm tickled you found them. Perhaps it would have been better if you hadn't. Well, let every single one escape. Just a thought. Water under the bridge. You should probably go back to the lab for a sec. Oh, water off a duck's back. I've been waiting for you, Luigi. Your brother must have been taken by the gang of boos. Poor fella. Oh no, don't talk crazy. They're not gonna eat the man. But what because of him? But what become of him, Audie hasn't come back yet. If you aim to save Mario, there's but one way to do it. Capture each boost slowly and weaken the group's power. But boos, as the name implies, like to hide and then jump out to scare people. You've got your work cut out finding them. Sorry, I don't wear my glasses, so it's hard for me to read stuff. I'm trying to get better with it. Don't get all down in the mouth, my boy. Huh? Oh, thank you for the clip, baby. I'm sorry that I have to fix that. Just thought I'd stop in and watch them bae Luigi. Okay, seriously? Like, Luigi is bae, though. How tall is Luigi? Is that canon? Does he have, like, a height? Is he a big spoon, a little spoon? true. We need 50 boos. Where are they? We're gonna find them. Bamboo. His name's Bamboo. That's funny. Got one. You found your first boo. They like to hide under furniture. Turning all the lights in the... Okay, we have to turn on all the lights to find the boos. The big boos. Mario! My radar's going off. My radar's going off. Found you. Oh, it's a ball. Oh, he tricked me! Bootha. Hi, Bootha. How cute! Now send me the boo with all the data you got. Oh, a save every time we get a boo? Jesus. Wait, Luigi has 3 million on him? Excuse me? Just $3 million on this man. Oh, look at the dress in the mirror. I want to wear that. Oh, the sun hat to the right. Oh, his name's Game Boo. Want to play the Game Boo Advance. That's cute. I like how they all have different names. That's so charming. Oh, yeah, my boo name would be Booty Pics. Or Booty Food. Boo-T Food. Yeah. That'd be me. Look at these gowns. Okay, gowns. Hi, Toad. This game is so lovely. We have been playing a lot of scary games on the channel, so it's nice to like calm down and play something that has like horror aspects, but it's just like very cute. We kind of been going off this Halloween. We've done a lot of games this Halloween. Where do we start? Let's go to this room and see if we can find a boo. Oh my god! How does a boo just have a bomb in his pocket? Hello? Oh, I missed him. Where'd you go? Taboo. Oh, I get it. Haha. Oh! Well, that's fucking rude. Oh, he ran away. Come here. Where do you think you're going? The killer is escaping! Oh.
Mario?
Mario!
Mario!
up! Oh, I am the yummy boolicious. Oh. Come back. No, come back. Got you. The boolicious. Oh. Why not go to the washroom and splash water on your face? Oh.
Mario? 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 Mario!
The way he screams. Mario! Calm down, girl. Turbo. Oh my god, I love that Disney movie. Or Pixar, or whatever it is.
Mario!
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 Mama Mario!
Mario! Mario?
DreamWorks? Me when I didn't even get any of it right. Whatever. Kids movies, I guess. Ooh la la. Oh my. No. Got you. 7 out of 50, baby. My favorite boo name so far is Boolicious. Oh, I'm Boolicious. Oh, Bootylicious. Oh. Game Boo. Wait, wasn't that the name of someone already? Reusing lines. SMH. Mario.
Mario?
Mario.
Mario!
Mario. What was that? Goodbye. I'm gonna ignore the floating furniture. This Boo meet and greet. We're at BooCon. Oh, what's wrong? I dropped something really important into the toilet. Mario, sorry. Mario, sorry.
Mario!
I can help, Luigi. Oh. Dropped the key into the toilet. Okay. I'm gonna ignore that you did that. How dare you drop this key into the toilet? I'd go to BooCon? Me too. I love booze. I hope when I go to Comic-Con, there's gonna be cute stuff for me to buy. I'm very excited to. Ugh! Sorry, there's a bug in my face. Get away! Isn't there a ghost in this room that's like taking a bath? I guess not. Was there really? And you didn't get it for me? You're sick. Just kidding. Was it fun? Did you enjoy? My cousin's going, so I was like, I'll just... The sounds in this game are so cute, right? 50? They're so cute. That's why I'm like, I love being a retro gamer, because there's something so charming and nostalgic about like everything about these old games. Like, I love polygons. I know that sounds so silly, but like, the polygons of the old games and like, the jagged edges. I don't know, there's something very charming about it. So true. I also want to go to SawCon. I'm hoping I can get a ticket. Can I get some help? Bitch, I'm gonna die. Oh, slowly opens the door. Don't make a Wendy joke. Ooh, I remember this one. This one's fun. Ooh, some hearts. There we go. Mia, I said don't. Gotcha. Got you. Oh, oh, oh. Ooh, double trouble, toil and bubble. What's the, I don't know what the fuck is. What's this? Oh my. Hey Luigi, what have you found there? Let's take a look at that. Oh, it's a fire element medal. You can now use the fire element. What's the fire element, you ask? They show up Wherever you see fire, my boy, there goes the fire, if you will. If you approach a flame, they'll be surprised by your presence. Leap into the air. Back them up right away.
Oh yeah.
And Luigi can just wield fire now. Kung Fu. Like Kung Fu. That's funny. Oh, why's the door shut? Oh, it wants us to do that. Like the candles. Of course, thank you for hanging. Happy to see ya. I'm always here if you want to hang out. Navi, thank you for gifting a sub. Thank you, baby. I appreciate you. And some hype in chat. Thank you, Navi. Ooh, that monster is so good. Fuck. Thank you, I appreciate it. Let's go down here. How has everybody been enjoying the spooky season? Are we enjoying the spooky streams? Are we enjoying all this Halloween looks? Are you enjoying your own holiday season? I thought this was like a room with like the bouncy walls and the insane asylums. I was like, why is this in the mansion? Blood splatters, literally. It's True Pride Month, please. No, like literally. Mario's hat! Oh no! Everybody stream House's music. It's in the self-promo channel on my Discord. It's all on my YouTube Red for whenever you're ready. I will say I looked amazing as Chucky, and that stream is one of my favorites now because I look so fucking good. Like, I was covered in glitter and, like, I don't know. It was so, I looked really pretty, I think. His name's Boogie. The Haunted Mansion part is so cute, Mia. It was literally like Disney Haunted Mansion. It was so cute. Why is there a fake door in this room? Excuse me. literally, Luigi's committing arson. Arson Nikki? I set the laundry on fire. So true me. There's nothing in this room. Please. Just setting them on fire. So true. Oh. Show it to Madame Clairvoyante. If it isn't Mario's hat, why it's so clean as if someone just washed it. Sometimes I like to add a little drama, you know. Just one moment. Did you just say Mario? Could it be that Mario? I see. I see everything. So I saw it before, but now I really see it. So you are the brother of the famous Mario. You have come to this place to find him. Well, aren't you a good brother? Ha 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 harf. Harf. Excuse me, I don't laugh much. Oh. Now the spirits come, the spirits power! Show me the awful things occurring here. Show us Mario! Oh, I see that he is not in the spirit world. he is alive. Where is he? Where is he now? The spirits fall silent. Bring to me another clue. Me just trying to murder this person trying to help us. So true. Wow. Dang it. Gee, Mario have history. Mario fucked a ghost.
Mario?
It's giving Tori spelling in Scary Movie 2. She has sex with a ghost. What was that? I would never say such a thing, House.
Oh, yeah.
I would never.
Mario!
Get a hobby. To grab some fire. Didn't do anything. There's nothing in this room!
Mario? Mario!
Oh, wait.
Mario! Mario? Mario!
Oh! Got you. Got you. I figured out your puzzle. It took me a while, but I got here. I smile. Oh, you're a bitch. I was at 3 health. Got you, loser.
Oh, yeah.
Can we open the thing, Luigi? Why are we just humping it? I can't. All the way down the hall. Let's go. Oh, there's a boo in here. Where are you? Where is this boo? my god, this jerk. I can't find him. Hi Mac, how are you doing? Where is this boo? Oh, there he is, you jerk. Peekaboo, peekaroo. Thinking about RuPaul on TikTok, it's a lot. It's a journey. Why does Grandma have TikTok? I can't do it. How could you not? It's on my mind. It's always on my mind. Peekaroo. Mrs. Hitchcock. Ooh, I remember this room too. Yeah, me too.
Oh yeah.
Literally at gunpoint. This dusty ass room. Blame it on the edit. Blame it on the edit. She's too much. I don't want to be rude or anything, but like a 60-year-old person participating in drama of their contestants on a TV show, releasing a song about it, girl, act your age. Blame it on the edit. You mean you mean Big Time Rush?
Yeah.
Oh.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah.
Oh my god, how fun! Oh, Queen! My name is Melody. People call me the spectral beauty of the Ivory Keys. What a steering performance. I haven't been so charmed by a piece for ages. You must have a delicate ear for music. Would you like to listen to my piano sonata? Here I go. Oh. That was a song featured in a famous game. Do you know which game? Oh, I don't know. Oh! 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 She was plucked! Oh, she was done. The gamer rage. Me after one game of Valorant. She's like, yep, I'm back. It's obviously not the second one.
Yes.
You got it right. Would you care to battle with the lovely music sheets? Oh. No. Actually. The way we were nice to her and we're murdering her. Okay. Luigi, you're fucked. She played us a song and she was like, do you want to like have fun with some pieces of paper?
Mario. Yeah.
House. Luigi's what?
Oh yeah.
Where out there my boomio? That's so cute. Like Romeo. Oh. Do we think? No, I think he has a mommy kink. Not think, I know. We were talking about it earlier in the stream. He definitely has a mommy kink. Oh yeah! Oh yeah! 12 out of 50. Did you talk to Toad next to the toilet? Really? Yeah, he was crying about dropping his key in the toilet. Definitely a little mobile. I just stuttered. Definitely a little fruity in the booty. I think it's this one we unlocked. Yeah, it is. What is that? Oh, this is the diner. Oh! Thank you, Mia Bestie. This is me. Me. That's me after stream, because I don't eat during stream.
Mario.
Chowing down in there. You better. Just robbing the kitchen of its pots and pans. Of its pot. Ow! Smack the fuck out of me. This ghost is literally about to give me a game over. I can't. I'm setting this ghost on fire. True. Yes, you can use water now, Luigi. I don't need an explanation. Egad. Just kidding. Doing an egad look might be really cute. That would be so fun to do. Little hair piece.
Oh yeah.
Go this way, excuse me. Oh, I'm really pissing. Peeing on the ghost. The way this has to make me go pee. It's like making me need to pee. Luigi, you got a big storm coming. Oh! Hooligan. Got you. All right. Get the water. They make me splash it on this guy. Oh, I guess we don't. Me too. Hi, chickpea. Can I progress? The way I should fully know these puzzles, but I just don't. I haven't played this game in so long. Oh, and then we have to tear the tablecloth off. What was that? Oh, he's about to be blocked. Some of these ghosts are so cute, I don't want to kill them. It's really sad. Oh, I see. When you light the candles, the guys come out. Or so I thought. Oh, it's because he's dying. I'm like, why are we moaning? Well, considering we just got the water thing, I feel like we're supposed to use it, but I don't know how. Not just yet, but definitely soon. We're doing something. Yeah, if you could give me a hint. I think I'm stuck. Luigi moaning ASMR. Oh! Come back. No! Literally, Luigi's moaning. I'm so sorry. Well, he's fucking dying. Oh, interesting. Oh, there's a heart. Yeah. So Luigi's not moaning. Oh. Where did that other ghosty go? I need them to come back out. There you are. Oh my god. Oh! My dumb ass. I'm doing everything in there when I can... I forgot. Jesus. Let me outside.
Oh.
Suck the food. So true. No, I had to do this first, I think. I just forgot that you could put out fires for a second.
Mario.
The skeleton ghost is so cute. Not us killing a dog. Hello. This game got dark.
Mario.
Keep falling. Oh, I'm falling. Yeah, who planted those? God damn it, Luigi, please. Oh, oh. Those bananas. There's something else out here I need to get. Why is it shiny over here?
Mario.
Oh! Oh my. Oh! Hello? The big sock. Oh my. I like these skeleton guys, they're cute as hell. going on here? What is this? Okay. Calm down. Now what was that? Oh, boss ghost! I didn't even know this was a boss. I didn't know this was happening today! Is he like a thumb? He kind of looks like a dick. This ghost looks like a penis. Very phallic. Yeah, right? It looks very phallic. I'm not crazy in thinking that. I know what I saw. Oh my god, wait, I almost just did that, like, first try. Hiya! Oh, you big poopy. You cock-a-doodie. Oh, I missed. Oh, I missed! I missed! Are you kidding? The clownery on this one. This one right here. This one. You're done. You're done. Oh, you fucking poopy. You're fucking poopy. Huh? Oh, so close. Ow. You're done. You're done. You're done. You're done. You're done. We got you. Haha, poopy. Penis ghost is dead. We conquered the penis ghost. Ew, the noise he made. Let's find out. Let's make some more paintings of some dead bodies. Kind of weird if you think about it. Thank you for the lurk, baby. You're done. You're done. Wait, he's Naruto running? You do what? No, really. And like, quite literally, like, all of the things in this mansion are dead. So technically there's a dead dog in this mansion, which is really sad. Yabu yabu. Now you've caught Area 2, the Floating Whirlwinds. Melody, Iana Samiya. Oh, Rina Sawayama? Shivers, Spooky, and Bogmere. You've caught a total of 8 ghosts! I was like 3 away from Tails Cookie. I'm so fucking sick. I'm shaking, you guys. Oh me, oh my! We walk down the hall and we just hear, Give me just a little bit. X. Poopy, poopy. Alright, you're done. You're done. Have you seen that new thing on TikTok? Like, people will be like, you're done, you're done, you're done. No. It's like a different version. It's not like you're done. It's like you're done. You're done. Oh wait, the lights are on in the hallway now. Where was the diner? Is this the diner? Alright. Oh, and I'm falling. Holy Spirit, activate! 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 Holy Spirit, activate! I love that TikTok. How do we get this guy? Oh no! Our table! Yeah, enjoy yourself, lovely beaches. It's broken! Oh, okay, wow. Does anyone know how to get that guy? Can you let me know? Let me know in the comment section below. How do I eat the food? The flower's growing, that's pretty. Holy Spirit, activate. After I light the candles. Okay, I'll try. I eat his food, haha.
Oh yeah.
It definitely has to do with these guys. Holy Spirit, activate. Now you got stuck in my head, Maddie. Angel kept singing it the other night, but that's stuck back in my head.
Oh yeah.
Haha. Oh, he's done. You're done. You're done. Oh. Oh, he's blocked. Am I about to die to this guy? Oh dear God, I'm gonna die. How do I do this? Get him! Get him! Get his ass! Get his ass! Fuck his ass! What? Get it! Oh! Oh dear. Oh dear. Got you! I did it, thank God. That was really hard. Oh, some money. Oh, a gem! Ooh! Diamond! It's like diamonds in my hand, because I have a diamond. Diamond rich. Where are you, Boo? Come out. Boo, come out. You gay? Hey, gay. Are you gay? Me too. You're on fire. I'm on fire! Get it out! Go to the new door. I run. The way he waddles. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. I'm going to die. I want to play that game so bad on the channel. Like, SAR bad. The old Spider-Man games were so camp. Like, you would literally, like, there would be no skybox, and you would, like, jump Spider-Man whip from building to building. It was so campy. It was just, like, a black, like, screen, and then, like, photoshopped in buildings that you would, like, jump from. It was so camp. These little baby ghosties are so cute. Look at them. As I murder them. Okay. I'm sick. Okay, let's all just calm down out here. Ow! The fuck, Toad? Mario's letter. Wait, Toad was pooping. Oh, I poop. Can I go down here? Oh, we're going down the well. I just heard Mario. Oh, I crawl through. Mario! Get me out of here! I piss. I piss on King Boo. Are you done? is that? Oh! It's on the first floor. Get this help. So Luigi doesn't start moaning again. Oh yeah, you can hear Mario from the top of the well. This gym? Is that a beefy? Oh my. He doesn't have legs. Does that mean he doesn't have a dick? You have a dick? Kinda hot. I don't know about the hair, but... We're kind of matching with the red shirt and giant tits. Kinda hot. You mind? Yes, Gem. What is that, Hisoka, please? Gotta get rid of his dumbbell. I take it. Oh, I thought I got it. How do I move an entire dumbbell? Well, you know what I probably have to do? Get it nice and wet. I think I need to do something while he has it over his head. So I got lost in random after watching your stream a while back, and oh my god, it's such a great game. Isn't it, CJ? It's so good. It's honestly one of the best games I've played this year. And that's why I love indie games. Indie games do it so good. A lot of, like, blockbuster games nowadays aren't really itching that scratch. But Lost in Random was one of my favorite games we've played on the channel this entire year. It was a masterpiece. And it was so unique. Like, seriously, it's one of my favorite video games this year. And, like, I didn't even see... I saw a, like, trailer for it on Twitter, and I was like, wait a second. I love that. What are you gonna get? Are you gonna get, like, dice? Like a little dicey? I'd love to see it. Join our Discord so I can see it when you're done with it. Oh, that's gonna be so cute! I can't wait to see it. What's gonna be your Halloween costume? I'll add you to the Discord after stream, CJ. I just have to approve you, but if you can put an introduction and then I can let you in after the stream.
Mario? Mario? Oh, yeah.
Oh, you can punch it! That's gonna be so hot, Maddie. Oh! Well. Got you!
Mario.
Get him! Captain Falcon Ghost. Aw, man. You will not be doing that. Ow. I love the Wings Club. I wish I could do Wings Club looks, but they're so hard, I fear. Because their looks are so iconic, you know what I mean? You really have to go all out. It's not just like a throwaway look. Oh, I gotta use the bathroom. I gotta pee, yes. Okay, boo. That was kind of nasty. What's your name? Orgord? Ugord? Is that a reference to something? Okay. Oh wait, there's a door to inside from over here. I didn't even realize. Where's the door? Oh, it's right here. Oh, and it's a different part of the mansion. Oh, wow. Oh, but it's locked? Are you serious? Damn. I am going to... I'll just leave it like this so you can hear the music. The ambience. Just kidding, Luigi's moaning, so I'm gonna pause it. I'm gonna use the restroom. I'll be right back. Bell to chair. I don't have my phone right now, Maddie, but I'll look after stream. I have no idea where my phone is. It's just gone. I had to like text my mom through browser to come up and help me. Oh, okay, let's get comfy. You know me, I love to get comfy. If I'm not comfy during a stream, it's not gonna be a good one. Luigi, it's fine. You don't have to moan, Jesus. Calm down, sir. Thank you, CJ. Oh, here we go. Oh, I didn't have enough to do it. This is one of my most anticipated. I was excited to do for this year. I don't have one of those sticks though, like the cigar sticks she has. So I'm just gonna have to improvise. Here's the kitchen. Oh wait, there's a water spigot outside.
Mario.
I'm doing a lot of character looks this Halloween. I mean, sure, I guess. I still have... We did Chucky, we did Tiff, Cruella, Drew Barrymore. Cat in the Hat is in the archive, but I don't know if I'll be able to squeeze it in for Halloween. But it was definitely purchased. Ow. What was that? I'm just glad for the subathon, like, I've been able to do everything already. Like, usually with subathons it takes me a while to do stuff for it, but we're like on par with everything. Except for Cat in the Hat, but
Mario.
thank you. Ooh, that should be fun. I've never done I would love to do like an eye patch kind of look. That'd be fun. Like I would love to do like a 007, like very like Bond girl with an eye patch look. That'd be fun.
Mario.
How do I get on the table to open this? What the? Why am I on the ceiling?
Oh yeah.
What the? You should do it this year, Mia.
Yahoo.
Do it this year. Do it this year. Be Cat in the Hat. Why? Why, Mia? Why hard pass? Mia talking shit on Cat in the Hat. That's fucked up. I'm telling. Mr. Bojangles. We've hit 15 out of 50. No, I was too. They're kind of, yeah. They're interesting. What do we use this ice for? No, Mia. No, it's not. You should make a mask and it's just that. The angry face. Bye. You become a serial killer. So true. Hello, Agnes! I can't even do it. Chad does such a good impression. Oh, fuck my life. Okay. Where are we going? Where do we need ice? Outside, maybe? Oh. Is this a new area? Where are we? This is a new area. Oh. Not Grandma Ghost. This wig. This wig she has on. You better. She kind of looks like RuPaul. I'm so sorry.
Oh yeah.
Getting attacked by yarn balls, please. Grandma's attacking me with yarn balls. Come here, RuPaul. Grandma RuPaul. Let's find you a home, Grandma. Got you. I almost just fainted. That would have been fun.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Who's on the sewing needle? Who's in the table? Stinky, stinky lime booger? Excuse me? You what? Are you kidding me? Get back here. I'm not done with you. Are you? Get your ass back here. The volleyball is so sassy, please. You know what else is sassy? This ass!
Mario?
Alright. Oh, here's the one in the tubby. Me. That, she is so me. Achoo! Sorry, girl boss. She is so me. I love a bath. I love taking baths. They're so nice. When I stayed in Disney, the hotel we stayed at, there was a light up, like, tub, and it had, like, rainbow lights at the bottom of it. It was so cool. And then me and my ex-boyfriend had sex in it, so it was pretty fun. Gay rights. Happy Pride. Be who you are! You heard me. You heard me, honey. What is that poster? Oh, it's a Luigi's Mansion poster. Oh, wait, no. It says monsters. Oh. Oh, there's a picture of Boo on it.
Oh.
ghost coming out of the toilet. Ow. Why am I gonna die to this guy, please? I'm so tired, you guys. What is this? I don't think I've ever gotten this far in the game, if I'm honest. I remember quitting when I was little because I got too scared. What? Okay, well, we need fire. What was that? What was that?
Mario!
Okay. I'm about to die! My 12 health. You can't see it, but I'm about to die. My 2 health now. Welcome back. Yas, 12 health. You better. Who is banging? Ghosts are fucking. Yeah, I was gonna say. Who's Jay? Is that like new slang for gay? Is there fire in here? I need fire! Oh. I start a fire, I burn the mansion down. Okay. Mario!
Mario? Mario! Mario!
I have to take the long way. Dear God.
Mario!
Did you know that Luigi's mansion has ghosts in it? Oh! Well. You're so welcome, Toad.
Oh.
Please. Yep. No zombies. This game has ghosts in it, if you did not know. Wow. Shocking.
Mario!
Can I just find, like, fire? Where are you? I'm pretty sure I don't need it, but we're gonna try it. Mario! I don't think you need all 50 boos to beat the game, do you? You might. But I think it weakens the end boss if you get all 50.
Mario?
His nose jiggling. Oh, 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 oh. This door's locked. I'll take this heart. I'll light all these candles. Hopefully something will happen. Nothing happened. But one of the candles went out. What's happening? Oh dear God. It was just a prank. We can calm down. There's a hostile shy guy in here. Why am I pointing at the ceiling? Stop. The controls are a lot harder than they look, I'm just saying. Oh, you're a bitch. I hate you. Got you. Bitch. Milkman Nick is rating on the party at 29. Hi, babe. How are you doing? What's going on? What did you play today? Hi, Sammy. How are you doing, bestie? Welcome in, everybody. Hi, Kyle. Hi, Nan. Hi, twin. Hi. Were you wearing this today? Were you wearing some tits? So true, twin bestie. Oh yes, I have mommy milkers on today. Hi Sammy, how are you doing? Yes, I literally, this breastplate had, I literally was like trying to get all the, there was a lot of dirt on it, so I had to like scrub it clean. Now there's hair on it. They looked very milky earlier in the stream. They've kind of dried off a little bit. Anybody joining off of Nick's stream, obviously such a great friend of mine. If you're from my channel, please follow Nick. They do a lot of Pokemon over there, a lot of Nintendo-based content like I do, so please follow them. But if you're from Nick, just joining me, I'm Nemesis or in the network around here every Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday, and Sunday. We do a lot of retro content. I do GameCube, PS2, Nintendo 64. When Nick isn't live, I'd love to have you. You are so bad. Shut up! Not you dirty they, them, please. Thank you for using my correct pronouns. Some people will walk in and be like, oh my god, yes, queen, girl. I'm like, it literally, the first thing in my about me is my pronouns. Please. I love you so much. Thank you for the raid. What did you do today? I'm about to get a game over because I'm at 10 health fighting these guys, but, you know, here we are. Please don't kill me. I'm so sexy, you don't have to kill me. Exactly, exactly. You get it, Nick, you get it. We see each other. Hot, I love that. Oh my god! I'm actually gonna do that like next month. That's so exciting. The way we literally stream on the same days and do the same games, it's literally insane to me. Our minds. Oh, Luigi moaning ASMR for anybody that likes Luigi. Where is he? You really can't have this in the background. Just moaning. What starter did you pick? An X? What are the starters in that game? Please, Sammy. Where is this ghost? Oh, that's, yeah, you're right. You're right. Where are the other ones in that? I don't remember that region very much. Bro, is that Fennekin and Chespin? Boonswaggle? Okay. Or just every name in the book. You bitch! Get back here, I'm not done with you. Are those the right ones? Chespin, Froakie, and... Because if it is, then I agree. Yeah, they're not my... I think they're my least favorite. I like Froakie. I actually don't mind Fennekin, but the Delphox, I'm not a big fan of. Wait, there's another ghost in this area. I'm being bamboozled. I think when I play, I'm gonna do Chespin, but I usually have the chat decide. Because I wanted more interaction on, like, naming stuff, but it's, like, hard to do that with chat, because, like, there's so many different names, so many different things. So I try to, like, I think the start, like, the poll at the beginning of the game, it's, like, the most interactive I can make it. And I thought there were more decisions with legendaries later in Pokemon games, but there really isn't. It's just whatever game you get, like what exclusive one you get. Like in Black and White, it's Zekrom or... I don't know the other guy's name. I hear noises. Wait, look through this. Oh, this is campy. Oh, this is camp. Thank you for the lurk, babe. Oh. 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 What's happening here? Oh my. Oh, we just murdered. Okay. That's what Earth is gonna be like if you keep buying stuff with NFTs. Yeah, Dead by Daylight, take that. You saw that? That's your fault, Dead by Daylight developers. Shame on you. That's pretty. I literally have never seen this before. This is my first time ever seeing this little part.
Oh yeah. Mario.
Scar sounds. Scar. Oh. What does it mean in the middle of the room? Where are you? Oh. Well, clearly it isn't. I'm being lied to. I'm literally being lied to. What's happening? I commit arson. Okay, well, fuck you. Get away. Got you! I'm literally on fire. Okay. What? Now it's out of the room. I can't do this. This is too fucking much. Do you like it when I lean over like this? Because you can see closer to my face, of course. Oh my Jesus. Oh my God. Why are there bombs going off? I can't do this. Stop! Why is so much happening? Do we have an inventory button? Okay.
Mario! Mario! Mario!
Oh wait, we have to go to the fortune teller lady. Do I really have to get knocked out every time I open that door? A hat, a glove, a shoe, a letter, and a star. We only need the shoe.
Mario?
Mario. 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 Please go away. Need water. Need water. Can I get water in here? Interesting. Oh! Go all the way back down. I have to get the water. Ah, excuse me. Running. Running. Oh my god. Oh my god, why are there so many ghosts in this hallway. I pee on the ghost. I kill the ghost with my pee. Oh, I could have just gotten water from there. Awkward. Well. There's no boo in here.
Mario?
Oh, we have a key for a room on this floor. How do we get there? Oh, we have to go all the way back around. Jesus. That's a lot. Let's just make sure everything's done over here. We did this room, we did that room. Alright, we journey back down. Back to the middle and round again. Oh, Mia gets up. 100% pure love.
Mario!
Back to the middle and back to the middle. You know what makes me mad? When people were like shitting on like Denali for doing that song a lot. I'm like, yeah, if you were on a TV show and that was your best performance and people wanted to see it and they would pay good money to see it, I would do it too. I don't care how many times. I'm like, do you not know how? Okay. I mean, they don't because they're just rude, but. What's in here? I'm gonna die. I've said that like 10 times. Oh, we play some pool. I love playing pool. I'm so good at playing pool. This one bar I used to perform at in Providence, that's like my favorite bar ever. They have a pool table, and I used to like play pool and drag all the time. It's so fun. No, people were on TikTok, Mia. People were dragging Denali for doing it so much. Yeah. I saw her doing it at like a club or something, or like a performance on my For You page, and everybody was like, just shitting on her. I was like, guys, like, same with Ginger with that one song from All Stars. Like, I just hate when people do that. Like, if it was a good performance on a TV show and people were paying for you to do it, I would do it. Get some extra money. They probably tip good to that song too. I'll be your gummy beer. Gummy, gummy beer, ear, ear, ear. Ow. Oh, you're done. Aw, are you serious? You hit the ball. I got knocked out by my own. Fuck you. Rude ass. Bitch. Sorry. Okay. Oh, I'm plucked. Oh my. Why is this so hard for me to do? Please, just hit the poopy. I missed him again! There we go. Fuck! What do we do with the diamonds? Boo-hoo, so true. Oh. I get to save. Next room. What is this? Projection room. Oh, get off me! That's an interesting gimmick. Thinking about projectors when I was in high school, that was rough. Do they even use projectors anymore in school? Why would you? They're so outdated. You know the grandma teacher's like, yeah, we're gonna use the projector today. Oh, no. The anxiety. Shampoo. Fresh and clean shampoo. That's funny. Oh, the glove! Ew, it's a little sweat. Ew! It's a little sweaty. Ugh. Where are we right now? On the first floor. We have to go back. Australia isn't real. Yeah.
Mario.
Another kid's room. The bunk beds. What's that? I forgot about that clip. Oh. That's vintage Nem. Dark hair Nem. Oh. I don't know what to do in this room. Ugh. I remember being so opposed to wearing blonde all the time because I was like, I want it to be different. Excuse me.
Mario.
I was quirky. I was like, yeah. Everybody has blonde hair, but I don't. Can I go in here? Wait, they're supposed to... Oh. What is supposed to be in here? There's not even a ghost. Oh, I climbed the... Oh, Luigi's atop. Luigi's pissing all over the bedroom. I feel like it's something to do with this mobile in the middle of the room. But I can't put my finger on it. I want to dye my hair a cool color, but I can't because work now. Oh! Yeah, I'm plucked, actually. I'd like to go blonde again, but keeping up with blonde is annoying. Take away my position? Oh, I do a twirl underneath the mobile. Oh wait, you're right. Maybe I can manage it somehow. Oh, I did it! Ugh, boot. They look annoying. Why don't you play hide and seek with us? No.
Mario. Mario.
Got you.
Mario.
I bet he's in this one. Oh. Fucking bitch.
Oh yeah. Mario. Oh yeah.
He's in this one. How did I know that? What the? What the? What the? Oh, haha, you fell off your stupid plane, you bitch. Sorry. Okay. An emote gray, please. I do that. Were they Zach and Cody? Yeah, Zach and Cody died. Rip. Rip Zach and Cody. Well, rip Zach and Cody actually. Now they're fucking dead. Here's his shoe. It smells like What, did you stick your nose in it, Luigi? What kind of fetish? Luigi, please. Luigi acting kinda sus. That was so unnecessary. The dialogue it said. It smells like Mario's feet. What? Excuse? It what? Nah, the foot thing. Are these people rich? I'm not sad. Yeah, exactly. Well done, my boy. Luigi! I love how EGOT says Luigi. Luigi! We have to go to the fortune teller's room. Where is she at? Oh! I don't know where the fortune teller rooms is. It's downstairs. To the right. To the right now, y'all. One hop this time, One hop this time, Now cha-cha real smooth. Hey, girly. Mario's glove. Still damp with the sweat of the living. Oh. The way we know where he is. I have more items. I'm right here. Mario's shoe. The sole is so worn as if he's walked 1,000 miles. See, that's better. That's a better dialogue than the other one. I'm a licensed letter reader. What? Let's see. Look out for booze, Luigi. Is that all? Not a novelist, you're Mario. This must have been written in quite a hurry. That was kind of nasty. He read him from the grave. They have strange powers when they gather in numbers. I show us the powers I seek. What's this? Bowser? How could this be? I see the hideous form of Bowser. Oh, rude. Bowser's hot, excuse me. Bowser's somewhere in the mansion. I can't believe it. I thought Mario had defeated Bowser. Has King Boo somehow revived Bowser? Oh. She literally was like, I just want to be in a paint. Wait, why is she struggling then? She was like, I want to be in the painting now, Luigi. And now she's struggling. Okay. Okay, girl. She was a nice ghost. I love her. Good for her.
Mario? Oh yeah.
Oh yeah! Mama Luigi! Oh, we got the 3rd floor key. You caught it at this lunatic, like some random guy. I'd be like, ew, get this away from me. How rude. The audacity some people have, like they have no respect for other people. I'll say this all the time. I hate when I'm at my job and people are like barking at me like, come over here, and they're snapping at me. I'm like, don't snap at me. I'm not your dog. Like, we're going to the 3rd floor, so we have to go all the way around. What a splendid opportunity. No, they really do though. And I'm like, ugh. Like, fuck off.
Mama Mario?
You see that one TikTok of the Karen at like a hair dye store? Just screaming at the poor employee, like, you told me this would work and it doesn't. Like, fuck you. I would have swung at her. Can't do it. People like that, I'm like, you can leave. You're done. You're done. Excuse me. Oh my Jesus. I forgot that was a fake door. Fuck. Why are you laughing? Why are you laughing at me? You're sick. Safari room. Oh, the cheetah print everywhere. Serve. My bedroom. Excuse me. Oh my god, the fake doors. I can't. Oh. I hate my life.
Mario?
Uh-huh. Oh, this is the top of the mansion. I need ice. Ice. Ice, baby. To the ice machine. Ice. Ice, baby. It's inverted, so every time I try to raise my flashlight, it goes the other way. I mean, no, it's not. I mean, yeah, it is. Hold on. Let me find out. Yeah, it's inverted. Not the right room. I need ice. I think it's in here. There we go.
Mario?
Where's the ghost? Thank you, Understated Diva. How you doing? Thank you, baby. Got you. You have 0 health. What do you mean? God damn it. Oh my god. Oh my god. Everything's just falling apart. I have to go back downstairs. Are my boobs falling off? Are they? Are you boobs falling off? Are you boobs? Thank you. Why did I say thank you? I meant I know. Thank you, I made this game. Can you imagine? Oh my god. Are you boobs? I am. I am boobs. I need a new controller. Do you see the C stick on this controller? It's not even existent. It works, but... Are you boobs? Alright, Ghosty. Let's fight. Yep, let's fight. Right now. Thank you, Grizzly. How you doing? Okay, I have to murder this guy. Please. I'm not doing this again. You will suffer. You will never be famous. Why are there two? I only have so much freeze. Correct. Oh dear God. You are a jerk! I hate you, I hate you, I hate you, I hate you, I hate you. This guy is so mean! You know what? I'm happy you died and turned into a ghost. You probably deserved it. You're a beast. You deserved every moment of that. I hope it hurt when I sucked you into my vacuum. You ugly fucking ghost. Fucking ugly. Little boo peep, that's so cute. I'm a little boo peep stan. Can you fuck? Okay. Going back and forth, back and forth. Back and forth, back and forth. 21 ghosties. Ah. Yabbo yabbo. What if we all just communicated in EGAD language? Yabbo yabbo. Hello? Yeah, it's giving boss. It's definitely giving boss. It's giving boss baby vibes. Oh! They scared me. Oh, we're so frightened. I guess it's our turn then. Alright, Booze, let's assume our real form. But first, how about giving him a little scare? Oh. No, I'm not ready. I don't have a lot of health. What was that? Oh, the unicorns? Oh my god, gay rights. What was that? Hi everyone. Oh! What do I do? Oh. I freeze them. Oh, and then I take them out. Got you. Well, do we have some health around here? Oh! Oh, now you're tiny. Tiny boo, tiny boo. How am I supposed to get him when he's all the way out there? Hello? Okay. Over here, besties. Ow. There's only one left. Come here. No! The killer is escaping! He's escaping! Me about to die at the end of the boss fight, so true. It's the way I'm literally gonna die. I had 7 health. I had 7 health. Hi, Goose. That was definitely worrying. Can you hear me? What a relief. That mist interrupted your signal. You seem to have done some serious work there. Why don't you come back to the lab? We'll have dinner and gaze at these ghost paintings. Ooh, what are we having? Pickled dandelions with barnacles. With marinade. Huh? I'll pass on dinner. Goose, you're not gonna compliment my titties? That's fucked. Are we a car? A little dancey dance, this little song. There's a lot of ghosts I got this chapter. Jesus Christ. Oh my god, I got so many. Now you've caught Mr. Lugs, Madame Clairvoya, Biff, Atlas, Nana, Miss Putnina, Slim Bankshot, Henry and Orville, and Bulases. 16 ghosts? We got some money for that. Oh my god. What was that? Oh my god! What are we gonna buy with that? What does Luigi need that money for? Can I have some? Can I borrow some money, Luigi? Oh my gosh, we're at 36 out of 50. Oh wow. Were all those boos just individual boos? They all counted? Serve. Where does that door key go? Money, honey. Quite literally, shit. I can't math. How much is that? 14 more ghosts? Yeah, 14. What's in? Did we get everything in the basement? No, the basement's still locked. That's where Mario is, I think.
Mario!
Went the wrong way. I guess I didn't go the wrong way. What? There's stuff still in this. Can I please drink? There was a ghost in here. No, he was almost dead again and he went into the room next to us.
Mario!
Oh my god. What fucking bitch. I hate this boo. I'm a boo guard auntie. What? Oh, he was an important ghost. Whatever. He's annoying. And And I didn't like him. Second floor, now we go to the third floor. There's little steps. Oh!
Mario.
Thank you, Alpa. We have to go out to the balcony and then around.
Mario.
Mario! This is a big-ass balcony, though. Like, what? What was that? Oh. Oh my. What a calamity. The electricity has gone out. That lightning struck just must have caused a blackout. I can't see anything in the darkness. The ghost will have the place run over. Be careful. Oh my god, sorry, I'm burping. Ooh, I'll take that. Are you kidding me? These fake doors get me every time. Fuck you! That was just nasty. Hello?
Hello?
Who is speaking, please? It's Luigi. It's me, Toad! Hi!
Hello?
Hello?
ゲイルベジティウドサメのソースさんベジティシケシケスクスクオーヤルイソースさんシケシケ
You know that all ghosts avoid the light and hide in the dark, but
ソ
listen.
ースさんサメの
There's one ghost who fled the gallery, who hides in the darkest place. His name is Uncle
ホッ
Grimly.
トマトや
If he's on the loose, then you may be your only chance to get him. Why don't you get looking for him before you get those lights back on? He's an old ghost, but it's only made him more cautious. I do know that for some reason he tends to prefer rooms with mirrors. God, there's so much lightning happening. Jeez. Oh, damn.
Mario?
Oh my god. Oh my god! Let's all just calm down. Are you all finished? So many ghosts, like, calm down. Fuck. Where was the... I think it's gonna be on the second floor. Jesus Christ. I think it's gonna be up here. In this room behind here. Enough. Enough! Oh, it's not on here. Hello. Okay. Stop. Enough. Look at how many there are! Jesus! There's a room that's like specifically just a mirror. I'm trying to think of what it is. Or where it is. I can't remember if it's the one to the right or the one to the left. Oh my god. Oh, it's this room. Thank god. Guys. Guys, stop. Oh my god, it's not this room either! I forget where the mirror room is. Is it this room? What a mess this is. He has to spawn in this room. Come on. This is the mirror room. He said he spawns in mirror rooms. Y'all are becoming too much for my liking. I've had quite enough. No, it respawned. No, and I just picked up the fire! This is annoying. I don't even have my phone, fuck! I can't even look up the tutorial. I'm going to the basement. I don't care. I'm blocked. Could you please, Ben? I literally don't know where my phone is. Oh my god, I can't even turn the power on. They locked it. Fucking bitches. I think what has to happen is I have to turn off the lights in that room because there's a... I think I have to use water to turn off that light in the corner of the room and then he'll spawn. I think. Fuck. My room is dead. I tried. What the fuck is that? Oh, is that the room with all the dresses? This is not it. Correct. I think... I don't know, it's hard to find this room. The fake doors get me. They just... Is it here? Maybe? This is not... Nope, it's not here. I think wardrobe room is on the second floor. God, they really said, we're gonna give you a challenge for late game. They just throw all these ghosts at you. They said, no, you're done. Nope. Excuse me. fake door. It's a fake door. It's not over here. Fuck! Oh my god. I think so too. I think I have to go up and to the right. I had the right idea. It was through here, but I didn't know there was another door on the other side of this over here. Okay, guys. 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 And it's to the left. Guys. 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 Oh my Jesus. I can't even. Okay, there we go. Oh. Bald. You made me go through all of this, old man. You're gonna get it. You better have some money on you too. Get his wallet! Get his credit card. But that's the basement key that they locked. They're rude. Thank you, Ben. I don't have to get up and find my phone in full drag right now. That was not what I wanted to do right now. That was not on the itinerary. Thank you so much. Welcome in. Guy, there's so many ghosts. Stop. Just calm. You need to calm down. And it's not the. No, literally. What do you mean? He likes mirrors and it's not in the mirror room. Like, hello. Sure. Can I please turn the power on? Thank you, Jesus. Bitch, I'm dying. Well, it hasn't been that bad until this moment. I feel like Luigi's vibing out. It's just been a pain in the neck until this moment right now. Like 500 ghosts come out of nowhere, and I'm like, oh, excuse me. 200? Did he say these nuts? I think that ghost just said these nuts. Okay. Oh, yes? Well, one of them was just nasty to us, so I don't want to talk about him. Oh! I'm on the ceiling. Where are we?
Mario!
King Boo! White gloves, pale face. Sorry. Soft shoes. How did you get out of my... ... Huh? Wait a second, your clothes are green! You must be Luigi. Whoa, you had me for a bit. Confused for a moment there. What? You want me to release Mario, right? No, no, no. I will not give up on my favorite decoration. I like Mario just the way he is. Hey, so, what's that there? A poltergust? Uh-oh. What should we do about that booze? Good idea. All booze in this area. Gather your strength. We'll blow him away. We'll take a big boo breath. And blow you. What?! So what now? Still locked doors upstairs. Are you done? Please give me health. Oh, another key. A key! Cause you can't seem to find one, girl. Ooh, give me that. Are you kidding me? Jerk. That makes sense. I need that key. I keep having to go the long way.
Mario!
Well, I also needed a key for that door, so I was just like, why is it leading me in this direction? So.
Mario!
Not gonna lie, I would love to live here. You know, it'd be fierce if in Nintendo World, Universal, because they have like Nintendo World, like a Disney kind of thing in Japan. If they made like a Luigi's Mansion, Haunted Mansion like ride, that would be so cool. That'd be fierce.
Mario!
Mario! No, it really could be. Wait, do I even have the key for this door? Oh, I do. What? There's 3 ghosts in this room. Ah!
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah.
Ow. That's gonna get me. That's gonna. Just let me kill one so it's easier. Come on, we're almost there. No! Ow. Oh, I'm gonna get fucked. Well. God, I'm getting my shit kicked in by these guys. Oh my god, I'm gonna die. 20 health right now. No! I literally am dying. One more hit and I'm dead. Why is there no HP in this room? Have a heart, but don't die. Die, die. Die, 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 die. I'm probably gonna die. Oh, this is where I die? Ah! That was so stressful. I probably shouldn't have done that. Y'all, I'm not ready for this. I need to go back down. I need help. Nope. That's not what I needed. Another enemy. Cool. Why did they die instantly? Come on. Give me some help! Where's the help? Please give me a thing of health, I beg. No help! Boomerang. 300 HP. Jesus. You are staying right here, girl boss. You are not escaping. The killer is escaping! He's about to... I hate it here. Sigh. Sighs cutely.
Oh.
Why am I not doing damage to it? I hate this game. I don't. But... Thick boob. And my boobs are thick. So true. Running and running.
Oh.
There's something in here. There's a boo in here. I think it's over here. My 6 o'clock booze. Well, they just made a booze joke. So true.
Oh.
Come here, you. God damn it. Back and forth. You will be mine. Got you. Okay, that's all I needed because I wanted to save before we go up here because I'm probably gonna die up here. I have 30 health. So true. Are you kidding me? Hi, MJ. Come here, come here. I love you so much. How are you doing today? I don't know, for some reason these guys are really hard for me to kill. I don't know why. They should be really easy, but they're not. Something about having to do 2 at a time, like, worries me. We are nearing the end here. I believe I could get it done tonight. I believe I'm in the heart of the cards. We're definitely near the end. And I'm not tired, so... Come on. There we go. Oh, fuck off. Oh, wait. This is fire, so I can... Ow. are you? Come back. I'm gonna get ya. Got you. Oh. Well, up there, I guess. Isn't this where the lightning struck? Worried emoji. Lightning strikes and kills Luigi.
Oh yeah.
Perfect, that's where we need to go. Get that boo. What was that? 40 out of 50.
Yeah.
Listen, I know there's one near here. I do. I know it. Is there another one in here? No, it's a prank one. Oh, I don't like this room. I don't like that. Sounds like that intro to that one song, like, alright, burn it, damn it, I don't remember the name of that song. Is it a Tony Hawk game? That's why I remember it. Thank you. There's gonna be a ghost in this one. Oh! I lied. Would I lie? Is there a ghost in one of these? Hello? Okay. Whatever that means. Mario! Oi, with the mustache. Oi, mister! It's on. See how many you can freeze with that ice. If you freeze 7 on me, then you win. Okay. How hard could that be? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I froze 7 of you, I win. Well. Sucks for you, buddy. Ambient Luigi. Oh yeah, noises. Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. There's a ghost in here, where are you? Oh, it's you. You will not escape me again. You beast. Get back here. Are you kidding me? I'm a boomerang auntie. I hate that fucking ghost.
Oh yeah.
Tambourina. So true. If you go upstairs with boomerang, I will never forgive you. I'm gonna make your life hell. I'm going to make your life hell, Tambourina. I hate you! Oh, you're back. I hate you. I hate you all. You're all nasty, mean people. What the fuck? You're all mean. And I thought I could trust you guys. Oh, thank God.
야만바 포에 야만바
Mario?
I have to go upstairs to get meanie face, meanie pants. What's in this room? I need the light to go on. Okay. This is the worst blue, I think. No! I hate my life! You're mine now. It's over. It's done. You're done. I've had quite enough of you. I've had quite enough.
お辞儀がおやおやおー
40 out of 50. What key do we have for another area? Why are these rooms red? Why are some rooms orange and blue? Weird. Oh yeah. Is there something in this hallway? Oh, there is. Okay. That's a fake! My biggest enemy is me, Papa 911. Ow. Okay. I just forgot where I was for a second. I totally just phased out of existence. Oh my god, that was scary. I literally was thinking of myself at work, and I was like, I'm at work right now. And then I looked at myself in the camera, and I was like, big boobs.
Mario. Mario.
I don't know where to go next. Is that a room I can go in? I think it's locked. There's something in this room, but I can't find it. I have to go to the bathroom. We doing a completionist run? No, I'm not. I'm just playing casually. Why? I'm scared. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. You stay right there. You stay right there. You know what song is stuck in my head? High School Musical. Oh, do I don't have to get all the booze? Oh. Oh. Interesting. Well, I mean, we're already almost there, so. I'm doing the ones that are just like in my way, which is like all of them, but you know. Oh, interesting. Well, I don't know where to go next, so I think that's the problem, is that I'm just like looking around and the booze get in my way, and I assume that they guide the way. Yes, I'm drinking alcohol. You're welcome. Angry Orchard. Hey, besties. It's the only thing in my fridge. I haven't gone grocery shopping, so... I have nothing to drink besides beer and cider. Find my cord and my boobs. You're doing what? You're smoking weed? I didn't think you did that. Oh my god. Everybody moved. There's so much hair on my boobs. This fur coat's shedding on my tits. It's fine. Hairy boobs. Kuro! Thank you for 2 months of subscription, baby. Enjoy your emotes and ad-free viewing. Can we get some hype in the chat for a 2-month subscription? If anyone in the chat is still awake. I don't know where to go. Bit confused, isn't it? Weed. How was it? Did you have fun? I miss going to drag shows. I do. I do. Where? Oh yes, just make sure you're staying safe when you go. Like, make sure there's stuff over your drinks. There's some crazy people out there. There's something in this armory room that won't, like, there's something in here. There's something in here. Oh. Wait. Wait, no. Wait, what? Wait, there's a mirror right there, right? What is it making me look at? God damn it, I didn't get my phone because I wanted to look up what to do next. Yeah. This is a kid's game too, so where is my IQ? Very low. At least it's not a Silent Hill puzzle that's like, Lord above and Jesus with us will guide us to the next puzzle. There's another ghost in here, but I can't find it. Where are you? I'm going to end your life. There's not a boo, there's just a ghost, because you can turn the lights on in every room if you clear the ghosts. It's something with this mirror. Evil Nem be like, I know how to solve this puzzle. Mia! Oh. You spelled. I think there's something on the rooftop. Hello? Where are you? What is this? Oh, bitch, I fell. Oh. I did it! Look at me go. Oh my god, luxury in this room. Okay, money. You better. Hi, Necro. Happy to see you. Oh. Well, that wasn't very kind of the ghost. Oh my Jesus. Fuck. What are you laughing at? Did I? Please don't kill me. Sunshine is good. Sunshine is honestly my favorite. Yeah. Well, like, it really left a sour taste in my mouth that it was late. And I'm not one to be like, oh my god, it was so late. But, like, it was just, like, it was late, and then the intro was long, and then, like, redacted, had a lot of airtime, and I was like, this is dumb. Like, I don't like this. made me physically ill watching them on that show. Like, my stomach was turning. Am I wrong for saying that? No, I'm not. I'm not. I know I'm not. Hi, Savannah. Yes. Yeah, I know. I know. I know. You know I'm blocked. Wait, how do I get out of this room? Do I climb out of the chimney? I don't. I literally don't know. It really just made me sick. Like, the edit they're getting, like, redemption arc, it's like, shut the fuck up. How do I get out of this room? Exactly, yeah, I know. I know. No, I know. I'm not yelling at you, I'm just yelling at, like, the whole episode. Yeah. Am I allowed to backseat? Not like backseat, but like a hint would be nice. The mirror. In the mirror! What is that back there? Oh. What was that? We see each other. No, yeah. Yeah, we do. We do. We good. All the way around. Bring it around town.
Huh.
Then you do this, that, this, and that. Shh. Okay. Is there something on my face, John?
Oh.
Thank you, baby. I appreciate it.
Oh.
I hope you're having a great day. We are closing in on the end of Luigi's Mansion.
Mario?
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 Mario!
Mario!
Mario! Oh.
What's in here? Oh! Well, that's not nice. so wonderfully camp. Oh, I had 3 in a row. Damn it. That would have been too good. Oh my god, yeah. They are like I have no words for how incredible they are. And like great TV. Like good on them. Olivia. I'm back here. Okay. I am Bolivia. I hate you. I hate you. I'm Nemesis and I hate you. The 1 HP, so true. Hello? It had 0 HP, are you kidding? Fuck off.
Luigi.
Oh, I was done. What's in here? Oh, well, I guess we're gonna find out. What was that? What is that? Is that Annabelle? The clown doll next to her? It's clownery, love. They set her on fire. I didn't know it was like an instant warp back to the spawn. You live and learn. Live and learn! I go through this way, god damn it. Wow. I will say, wearing 2 fur coats, I'm very, and a pair of titties, I'm sopped. It's a lot.
Mario.
This is on GameCube. awoken her.
I come back from lurking to cheer.
Thank you, Navi, for some biddies. How you doing? Welcome back. What's going on? How heavy are the milkers? They're not too heavy. They're not like making me like bend over, like lean over. I mean, I could, but like, they're not too heavy at all, really. It's just hot. Because it's not like, it doesn't go over just my chest, it goes over my whole torso like a shirt. She wakes up because she's covered in like this water and she's like, did I pee myself? She's like, what the heck? Now how the fuck am I supposed to get that? Explain that, America. What the heck?
Mario.
I pee. It's more of a spot on the ground, I thought. There's like a speck on the ground that usually makes you flip upside down. I don't think it's an item. At least to my knowledge. What does that mean? What was that? Oh, maybe it did. Oh, it did! Oh. Damn. 42. That still doesn't answer where we go to next, because there wasn't anything in that room to go to the next area. But that's fine. There is something in that room. That one right there. The Armory Room. I know it. Yeah, but like, I don't know what to do in that room. The room's confusing. I was literally standing in there for like 20 minutes and I couldn't figure it out. Oh, you're right. The mirror.
Mario.
Mario? Mario?
Mario.
I could fully put this cider in between my tits. But like, there's nothing else in this room to do. Oh. Then I don't know. Because there's nothing else to do. Unless it has to do something with the roof again. So we'll try going to the roof. Oh. Oh my. Okay. Whatevs. Hashtag IDGAF. Good night, Mia. I love you more, Monster Cat. How are you doing? Can we get a shout out for Monster Cat? Good night, Mia. I'll talk to you tomorrow. I think tomorrow is school, so have fun at school. Thank you, Steel. Thank you, Mia. I used to be able to play this on the piano, the Luigi's Mansion theme song.
Mario!
I play the piano with my giant titties. Dun, dun, dun. Please. Who knows where Dylan is? Dylan's being gay. Haha, gay. Back to the roof. I'm on the roof! There's gotta be something up here that we missed. We have like no HP. Hey everyone. Nothing really? Wait, what does it want me to use the fire on up here? Yeah. Why does it... It's just randomly up here. What is that?
Mario?
I don't know, y'all. Might be a little stuck. First person, Luigi's Mansion. It's the Armory! It's the Armory! You stupid Armory. Something is in there. This Armory's gonna get me, gal. What? Tell me what it is. Tap on them? Oh my god. I swear I did that. Ow. I mean, we did it. It took us forever, but we did it. Stop eating your bananas. There's one left. Where are you? There you are. I will never let you live on. Oh my god, there's more. I scream. Where are you? Where are you? Luigi humping the armor. So true. There you are. You're mine. You're mine. You're done. You're done. You're done. Turn the lights on. I know that's right. We did it. Woo! Finally. Look at this. Finally. Nice. Thank you so much for your help, because that was a pain in the butt. Wait, there's a ghost in there. I go back. Yeah, he needed to hump the armor instead of suck it. That sounds wrong. Underboob? Like under boob? What was that supposed to be a play on? Oh yes! Eat your lollipop, welcome into the stream. Happy to see ya. What was that even? What is, like, Undertaker, but under boo? Like, what? It's giving under boo. Crow Batty, welcome to the stream. Please. Oh my god, we got you. 43.
Luigi, oui.
Now we go to the basement. Thank God. That armory was... Oh, I hate it. That looks immaculate. Thank you. My friend Assassination, a drag queen in Rhode Island, did it for me. And then I added the white stripe. I usually add like a different color like strip in the hair for like characters. But I added the white stripe. It's not perfect, but for the look, I just thought I would do it. But thank you, I really appreciate it. Oh yeah, they love a pun. Where is the... I'm gonna drop this. Why am I still holding my drink? Oh wait, I could have used the mirror to get back downstairs. Wait. Go back upstairs. We're really about to go to the basement, and the basement's gonna have a key for the attic, and then we're gonna have to go back down to the basement. They are doing too much. I thought the whole chattering was just in cartoons. Oh my. I definitely, when I shiver, I do that. But I don't know if like when afraid, I would do it. Maybe he's teeth chattering not because he's afraid, because he's cold because there's ghosts around. See his cold breath? Maybe that's why it is, instead of scared. Because you know when ghosts are around, it's cooler in temperatures? I actually never noticed that until we just had that conversation. That's actually a nice detail. But I know what you mean, like when some characters are afraid, they like bite their nails and they're like, I know what you mean. Yeah, it is raining too. No, no way. I think Luigi has anxiety. I'm Luigi. Yeah, same. We have freezing breaths. It's a phantom. It's a phantom. I think it's an Oni. I think it's an Oni. I miss Luna New Year. How you doing? Okay, door at the end of the hallway is open and it's not a fake. It's not a faker. Oh my. The sewer room? Kind of a serve, actually. The Ninja Turtles live here, so true. Oh yes, Peach. My bedroom. With the nice waterfall, I mean, I would kind of live. Put a bed in here, I'd sleep in here. The acid over there, I sleep in the acid. What was I wasn't even trying to hunt you. What are you doing? Okay. Me too, I fall asleep to rain noises now. I like always turn I always turn on the my TV with like ambient rain noises. It really just like puts me to sleep. It's so good. Hello? That's true. That's true. Oh, not the ghost just walking back in like, hey. He could have just jumped. He falls in and they animate him with like a acided off leg. See, oh, never mind. I told y'all we were gonna go back upstairs and it's just across the hallway. I'm gonna die, by the way. This is gonna be our first game over. It was really bad for us. I need help. This does not look... Okay, I'm gonna die right here, y'all. It's over. Is that a... Winter Ghost. I'm going to melt. Now learn your lesson. No, I'm good. Please don't. I have no health. Oh my Jesus Lord. I'm one hit, y'all. You can't see the health because my big tits are in the way, but like, I have no health right now. Oh dear God. Oh, this is it. I'm gonna die. Oh, oh, oh. An icicle's gonna hit me and I'm gonna die. Okay. No! Where'd he go? Can you respawn, sir? I fucked up again! Ah! You get the best in both worlds. Damn. Our table! It's broken! No! Our table! That was sad. That was an epic gamer move. I mean, nobody can stop me. How many people were scared? Me too. I was really, really scared. I'm the dog smashing into the glass table. Please, I know the video you're talking about. What the fuck? Why did you go all the way upstairs? There's a bomb. Like, what's happening? Can I be left alone? Why am I at 50 health? I just restarted. I died. Why did the game spawn me at 50 health? That's so rude. Okay. Alright. Can I be let in this room without dying? Alright. This game hates me for sure, I think. Alright. Get off me! Okay. This is literally a hate crime. These ghosts are literally hate criming me. Oh my. Oh, I'm plucked. I'm done. The game spawns me with 47 health. Yeah, literally. Game spit on me and said, "You're bad." Can I have this help? I beg. Okay.
Yeah.
Excuse me. I'm gonna just use the ceiling.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah!
Hmm?
Okay. What is in this room? Oh, it's a fake.
Hmm?
Off. What are these green guys? Can y'all fuck off? That's what I thought. That's what I thought. Watch out. You better step up.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah.
Luigi's just quiet. Like, okay, thanks for saying you hate me and I'm ugly. Like, they're so rude to him. He's like, yeah, it's fine. I want it! I will commit murder for it. I want them all, but how much is it gonna be? Probably too much money. Why do you have 300 health? Who hurt you? I have seen their Twitter, and I've been trying to work with them for a while, and they ignore me. It's fine.
Hmm?
Alright. Excuse me, this is a room for the boss. Okay. They're not 25, you're lying. You're literally a liar. You're a liar. This is gonna be a key to the attic. What? Oh! He slid out of the way. Yep, I told you. I told you. Okay, no boos are allowed to come into this room because it's so annoying to catch you in here. You will stay somewhere else. Okay. had to let that out. They're making me go feral. Got you. Thank fucking God. No. I never thought I would say I am annoyed by a boo, because I love the boos. They're some of my favorite Mario characters ever. And in this, oh my god, some of them make me want to just, like, rip my teeth out. Okay, all the way to the attic we go! Okay, please leave me alone! Upstairs, upstairs, upstairs. I wish there was a teleport upstairs. Gonna wiggle to the top, gonna wiggle to the top. And I still don't have the key to go the short way. Oh, I didn't think we could complete this room, but yeah. Nice. Please. The pink ones. We have to go upstairs. Go through here. Down the hall. And to the right. I'm running out of Lacroix. Is there something in this hallway? Oh, it's these bats. Oh, there's something else. Weird. Go off, I guess. Ooh, a painting room. Oh my god. Bold and brash. More like belongs in my ass. Aw, man. Aw, man. I was trying to get them all in one. Aw, man! Aw, man! They're not grouped together. What the heck? I just stunned you both! You heard me. Don't act like you weren't thinking about it. You were gonna say it, because you're nasty. Oh, my health right now is 69. Haha, funny number. You mean every stream? God damn it! Get grouped together. Well, this sucks. I just want to go to Dave & Buster's. That's all I want. I cry. Okay. Yeah. No, it's true. What you said last stream was nasty. What did you do, please? Me texting Sean, your partner is feral in my chat room. Please help. This is an SOS. This is an SOS. Okay, I didn't even do that. I didn't even. Okay. You're gay. Your mom gay. Ow. Really? This game is a lot harder than it looks on paper. What the fuck? Oh my god. I'm gonna get you. I'm gonna get you. I'm gonna get you. Got you. What is that? Oh dear God. At least they have no health. But they do have bombs, so that could be a problem. Ow. What are you laughing at? You're about to die. Haha. Stupid. My creations, but even if I disappear, my work will live on. I'm not trying to read that. Hong! Oh. Let's get him, girls. What if Luigi said that? Let's get him, girls. Oh. Oh, that's for downstairs. Oh.
Oh yeah.
Jay Crimson is raiding. Hi, Jay. Thank you so much for the raid. How was your stream? How is it going? We need a shout out for King Jay Crimson. Is it in this painting? Thank you so much for the raid. I'm doing good. I'm definitely sweaty. My tits are about to slide off my body because I am covered in sweat. I am so hot right now. I'm wearing 2 fur coats. As you can see, it's hot. But I appreciate it. Thank you so much for the raid. What did you do over on your stream? Everybody, please follow Stream Queen Sibling. I really appreciate it. Hi, Alley Cat. How are you doing? And I'm drinking. We're drinking some cider. Having a good time. Love Jackbox. Did you play the new one or one of the older ones? We are nearing the end here. If you're new to my stream, I am Nemesis there on the network every Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday. Play lots of retro games. We're currently playing Luigi's Mansion for the GameCube. I do a lot of PS2, GameCube, and Nintendo 64 games. When King J Crimson is not live, I would love to have you over here. I don't have 8 yet. I know, 8 just came out. Like, just came out. And I didn't even know it came out. I just saw it on Steam and I was like, oh! I was shocked. Hi, Infinite. Thank you so much for joining. I love the new first-time chat little notification. It's very cute. I appreciate you doing phone verification. Thank you for supporting and doing that for some people. Because I know a lot of streamers are going to be putting that on due to the unfortunate bots and hate raids. And I am one of them. So I appreciate you taking the extra step. $10K players, huh? I do not need that many players. I'm good with my few viewers and having a little party. But that is cool for like people with more viewers. Of course you have 8. You love the Jackbox games. I feel like if you like streamed like every day, you would only play Jackbox. I know, unfortunately we do, Crowbatty, unfortunate. Serena! No worries, thank you so much for the raid. Thanks for hanging with us for a second. Oh. That was scary. I just don't like doing Jackbox on stream because you have to put a lot of faith in people and like a lot of trust, and like it's scary for someone like me that has trust issues. So I only do it on the occasion. Ah, I could just stare at my Mario painting for hours. It's true what they say about fine art. It takes utterly refined sensibilities to truly appreciate it. The way you plead for help, Mario, I find it so satisfying. Perhaps that is merely because I remember how much trouble you've caused me in the past. Seriously though, who would actually believe that mansions are given away in contests? Talk about stupid. What do they feed Mario Brothers anyway? Gullible soup? Your brother came all this way just to get turned into a painting. It's just terrific. However, this Mario painting looks lonely. I must have a Luigi painting as well. Then my gallery will truly be complete. I am not afraid of you, fool. I fear only that internal poltergust you carry on your back, stupid machine. But I am king among boos, I swear it. I shall fear no mere house cleaning device. I must say I despise the way you slurp, 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 or worse, ye slurp, slurp, vacuum up my friends. Don't imagine that I'll flee. I'll fight you like a true boo. Now join your brother inside the painting. What was that? Let me in, please! Oh. Well, if we die, I have to do a bunch of shit over again, so hopefully I don't die. This game also doesn't have a difficulty, so... What was that? Oh, Bowser. Hey, Bowser bestie. Oh, safety, calm down. I run away. Oh! What was that? Where did he go? Oh! Okay. Well. I think we're gonna die. I have 15 health. So we're not doing too hot. His head just popped off. Pop off, queen. All right. Yeah. I think we have to fight that boss again. Yeah. I'm literally so depressed. Cool. I hate having such a small brain sometimes. Like, this is not even, like, fuck my life. Like, not, oh my god.
Mario?
Thank you, bestie. I just hate how stupid I am. God, it's so annoying sometimes.
Mario?
Oh, we have to do this fight again. And it's an unskippable cutscene. Fuck! Count your minutes. You have a measly couple seconds, you beast. No, you're so annoying and ugly. Jesus. Why did that not get all of them? What? Also, how did I drop to 65 health if I just had 99? Hello? that how Shy Guys look under their masks? I wonder. Is that canon? Okay. What? Luigi, stop! It's like I'm getting soft locked. Okay. We already heard what you had to say, Squidward. I've had enough. Wow. How fun. Oh my god, it's like we've never done that boss fight before. Like, wow. That was like the first time we've ever done that. Okay.
Oh.
Yes. Thank you for reminding me. I'm definitely going to be doing that.
Oh yeah. Mario Mia. Mario Mia.
Okay, now I'm being smart. We did it. I saved. Now let's go. I have more health than I did last time. Let's see if we can get one more heart. Oh.
Mario.
Check on our way down. There's gotta be one in here. Perfect. I have full health. This boss fight is mine.
Mario.
Excuse me. Unfortunately, we have to watch this again. Oh, I'm done. When we're in hell, so true. Oh my god, HE double hockey sticks. What the heck, Bowser? I'm going this way. What the heck? Fuck you, dude. Really? Oh, I still got damage. You're a bitch. I hide behind this pillar. You can't get me. Awesome. That's pretty epic. Wait, I'm fully gonna die again. So true. Your head's on backwards. Are you alright? Oh god, what are you gonna do? Take it slow. Put it down on me. Oh god, that's game over. That's game over. That's game over. That's game over.
Luigi.
That was nasty. That was cruel. Wow. That was so nasty.
Oh yeah.
Hi, Diamond Dave.
Yeah.
If you can't tell, I'm very plucked. Cool. So now I have less health for the boss battle because that stupid fucking ghost. Eat my dick. So dumb.
Mario.
Leak. It's the way I narrated this so well too the first time. Like I actually read something good for the first time in my life. And we died. So I'm plucked. Thank you, baby. I appreciate it. I mean, it's kind of weird this game doesn't have a difficulty. So, like, everybody does it on the same difficulty. I mean, I am complaining. But, you know. That's just the way it is. Let's go. Come on, buddy. Come on. Shoot out the balls. Give me your balls, Bowser. Come on. Okay. Just got bored. That does a lot of damage. And then the fire on top of it? Are you kidding me? Are you shitting me? Bro! Literally fuck my life. We're gonna have to do it again. Oh my god. almost dead again. This is game over. Again, I hit myself and I'm at no health left. Yeah, I'm dead. I'm fine. Everything's fine. I'm as happy as can be. I am definitely not plucked right now.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
I don't know what it is about Luigi's Mansion final bosses, but I can never do them correctly. They always get me pluckled. They get me done. Attempt number 4. I'm a great gamer. That third try should have won us. I'm so mad. We got robbed. I forgot how to play. Oh god. Oh no. I forgot how to play. Y'all, I'm done. We're fucked. Oh no. I lifted my— oh god. How do I suck? Okay, we're good. I lifted my hands off the controller and I started having a panic attack. Okay. What a wonderful time I'm having! Already at half health, just wanna let that be known. Already at half health. Yes. I want french fries. I want chicken. I haven't had chicken in like a week. I've just been eating popcorn for dinner. There's a heart. Give me it. I don't know where it came from. It's always that fucking fuck! I'm getting so mad. You have no idea. I love Popeyes. Popeyes chicken slaps. I am at like maybe 2 hits left. So that's fun. This is death. I'm like, no. And the fire, the fire, the fire, the fire. I have 1 hit left now. I had 4 hits left, now I have 1. Because that fucking attack. I'm getting so mad. Like, I don't think I've been this mad at a game in a while. And it's fucking Luigi's Mansion. Like, really? I'm dead. This ice is gonna hit me and I'm gonna die. It doesn't even matter. Like, I'm gonna die. Like, I don't. We're close to the end, but I'm gonna die. Even with this tiny bit of health, I'm still gonna die. Like, I know. Cool. That's so cool. Yep, and the fire is gonna kill me. Well, it's like, the controls aren't great, like, and half of the moves are impossible. Like, learn how to make a fucking game. Like, so stupid. Like, that one move that he sucks you up and then you don't even have iframes for the flame. Fuck off. Like, he does 30 damage. You have 100 health. He does 30 damage in that one move.
Oh yeah.
I've lost 4 nails during this stream.
Mario.
Attempt number 5. Burger King foot lettuce. The last thing you want on your burger is the end boss of Luigi's Mansion 3, 2, 1, whatever fucking game this is. Earth. Don't hit me. You're a fucking bitch. Don't. Earth, wind, fire, water. 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 And scene. Roll credits. Meow.
Luigi. Oyama, Luigi. Geiru, Veggie. Odo. Chotto ma, ni. Oya, oya. Oyama. Hei, hei, ni. Umaka. Suku, suku. Hei, hei. Noji, bigabi. Umaka. Soito, hei, hei. Su. Teku. Chotto ma.
Can we pick up Mario and go?
Suku, suku. Sike, sike. Hei, hei. Su. Same no take. Oya, ni.
Hmm?
I don't think you understand. I have trauma from that boss now. That was too much. I now have trauma.
Omega, Luigi, Odo. Sosu-san, Veggie, Sike, sike. Suku, suku. Noji, bigabi. Ororo, Odo. Pan.
That was terrifying. Hi, Egg. Welcome back.
Oh yeah.
Oh. Just cheering, chanting. Now, hypothetically, like, how does Mario come back from, like, being in a painting? Like, what is the... He just spits out of the end. Like, who are all these people but they're the people we got before? Oh my god, we got so many ghosts, Jesus.
Jimmy, Omega, Luigi, Odo.
Now you've caught Uncle Grimely Jarvis, Vincent Van Gogh, Sue P, Clockwork Soldiers, Sir Weston, and King Boo. You have now caught a total of 23 ghosts. And you have $1 billion. Like, Jesus Christ, Luigi, what are you gonna do with that? Oh, 0 gold, okay. What was that? Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa. He just gets put in a washing machine. Oh, I'd need to be in a bed for a week after that. I'd be like, what the fuck? He gets put through that tube? Oh.
Oh, Mario.
Mario? Oh!
Mamma mia. Oh.
Oh, he cried. Thank you, baby, for your Prime 2 months. Thank you so much. He's cry laughing at Mario. LOL, owned. Well, I dropped my remote. We did it! I will forever hate that final boss, and I will have nightmares about it for the rest of my life. But I'm here and I have big titties, and that's all that matters. No! Luigi's Mansion 3, I have trauma from 2. Big titties, big titties. I just spit everywhere. Mechanically better. Boot. That final boss made me want to shit my pants. I like this one. Short and sweet. Done. Luigi's Mansion 3 feels like it's way too long, but that's just me complaining about everything. Oh, you know what I want to play? I want to play the Dance Dance Revolution game with Mario. That'd be fun. Something about GameCube Mario games don't hit as good as they do anymore. It was so charming. It was so good. Yeah, I don't think anything will compare. Not even only like Mario games, but like, I feel like every game on the, like, you can like name like, I would say like 20 GameCube games that are iconic. They can still hold up. You know what I mean? So, kind of just like, oh. Yeah, I want to get a PS2. And so the matter of Ghosts was settled. Professor Egad was so delighted to have them all in his paintings in return that he used the treasure Luigi had found and built Luigi a new house. Oh! Oh wait, that's so cute! Welcome to Luigi's new mansion. That isn't a mansion, but you know, it's cute. It's a nice home. That is cute though. Like at the end of the game, he has a nice house. It definitely is. Speedrunners of this game do like, it's like really fast. Like really fast. I know, very cute cottagecore home he has at the end. Well, thank you all for being here and seeing me rage at the final boss. I will be back possibly tomorrow, maybe definitely Thursday, because I do have to work on Thursday. I have my first meeting for my very important promotion. So I'm not really sure if I'm changing my schedule to tomorrow and not streaming Thursday, if I'm streaming both days. We'll figure it out. I'm gonna just... I'm sweating really bad. I'm just gonna end, guys. Please go over to streamqueens.net and follow and subscribe and talk to some people over there. I really wanted to raid somebody, but I really just want to get out of drag right now. It's been a long day. So yeah, I'll see y'all on Wednesday or Thursday if you want to rewatch any of my VODs. We played Silent Hill 3, Silent Hill 2. We've played In Sound Mind. We've played so many things this Halloween. So go over to my YouTube channel, youtube.com/NemesisLacroix. Go to my Discord, go to anything. I'll be back Thursday and maybe Wednesday. So, and follow my socials or whatever you want to do. I appreciate it. Buy an Udi. Use code Nemesis at checkout to buy an Udi. $30 off. You can go over to Back 4 Blood and buy Back 4 Blood. I'm a Back 4 Blood partner. You can go over there and buy Back 4 Blood. We're going to play it soon. You can join my Discord. You can use my code anywhere. You can buy merch. Do everything you want. But I'll be back on Thursday or Sunday. I don't know. I'll see y'all later. Thanks for hanging. Bye-bye.